Well, hello again to another evening of some Factorio. So, we're probably, I don't think I'm going to be doing Warp Drive again due to, it kind of regenerating basically the whole world every time you warp. Well, there's some performance problems that I would like to avoid going forward. So, I think for now, we'll just stick with vanilla. This is all we have enabled, which of course is just basically the DLC Space Age. And I mean, it's actually been quite a while since I played any Space Age content, so that's okay. Let's see, single player, new game. I usually like doing Rail World, but I know, yeah, it does disable enemy expansion. Larger will... Death World might be interesting, but maybe I'll ease back into it. Frequency, but size and richness. Yeah, let's see if it gives us a warning about due to current it's things that unlock it with easier evolution settings. Okay. Wait, what? Okay, no, if we do default, I do wish it would say like what was what. We'll just do completely default and go from there. I also wanted to try doing Lazy Bastard. I already have it unlocked, but would be a fun little challenge to do. Yeah, we already have that, so gonna have to, let's see. Need that. So I'm gonna have to craft an item lab, or a laboratory first. And unfortunately, means I'm gonna be stuck with this one drill for the time being. We're probably gonna have to shuffle around. Let's start planning things out. So once we start cooking up some iron and copper, we'll be able to get a lab, and we're gonna have to craft the 10 science packs, and then that'll get us an assembly machine, and then we can start ramping up from there. Now, what I can do in the meantime is mine some rocks and trees and whatnot, and go from there. Although these rocks don't seem to have coal in them. This is probably going to need to be refilled, yeah. Also annoyingly means I can't really... I mean, I can craft some extra things, but I don't want to burn like all of my extra crafts at the start. So, we'll not worry about that. I probably should have regenerated the world or seeds a few times. Being in a bunch of desert is not ideal. But we're just gonna roll with the punches. And go from there. Let's see. Now, how many pieces of iron do we need? 50. That's quite a few. And then I think it's 10 pieces of copper. But how much do we need to make a lab? Oh, we're also going to have to make the power things for it. So, one boiler. One steam engine. Okay. We're like, I don't know, 60 or so. And how much copper is that lab going to need? Circuits. A little bit. I'm also going to have to build like right next to the water, because making extra pipes is just stuff we do not have. Oh yeah, I also forgot that there's going to be loot in here. Let's grab what we can. And we'll leave the crash ship as a monument Just have to make sure that I do, in fact, grab everything. So find it funny how it has how it has quality. Can you spawn in on a legendary ship? What would that even be? Okay, so we have 8 iron plates. Of course, we have to actually cook up like 50 or so. I think once this fills up with coal, then I'll go ahead and shift it over to, we'll do copper first. I'm hoping that however many that we need to get this research is enough. But we will find out. We're getting some wood, at least will help extend our lifespan. Also, once I do have an assembler, you know, I'm gonna have to really make sure that we start getting a lot of magazines, since I'm not gonna be able to handcraft really any, because that'll really eat up the crafts. I wonder if I can even pin the achievement since I already have it. I don't think I can. Yeah, well, you know, it'll be in our hearts. Okay, that's ready to be switched over. Switch this over, put that there. We'll give them about half and half. And once we get that ping, hopefully that'll be enough copper, and then we'll just switch on over to iron and go from there. We have a little bit of oil nearby. I mean, we kind of have a little bit of everything. I don't recall oil ever, like, spawning so close, but, I mean, they're very small fields. I mean, everything is a small field. But, we'll make it work for us. Maybe... Okay. 11. Yeah, that's fine. We'll go ahead and shift that over. Oh. That's not iron. What am I doing? Okay. So, we need to make a single thing of power pole. 10 electronic circuits, so I could probably pre-craft some of those. You know, I won't risk it. How much iron does that take? 15. Okay, actually that's more than I was expecting. Although I don't think any of the other things that we have to craft. Well, these are also going to take. So it's 1 pack per. It's going to be 10 to get automation. That's also going to take about 5 units. So about 25 more. I don't think any of these require any amount of copper. So just have to put it back on the copper vein once we get that sorted out. Get a little bit of stone. I know we're gonna start needing a lot of it, not only for walls, but to get some nice flooring. And of course, an important part of any factory is having it properly floored. It's not a real factory until you've got floors on it. I am hoping once we get to 50 that that's fine, but it probably won't be. Yeah, the lab alone takes 36, never mind. What is it? Yeah, that's gonna be quite a bit of iron. Oh, you know what I can do? I can manually gather some iron. The warp drive mod has me so paranoid about pollution because, like, the ship itself generates so much. Like, even with just a couple of miners, you'll have a very large field that you'll be emitting. Ooh, 26. Excellent. Oh, getting a lazy bastard run is a little bit of a slow burn, but we can get there. Luckily, you don't have to, like, actually make it all the way to the end of the game. You just have to get to launching a rocket, which is significantly more achievable. Goes even easier if you have people to play with, of course. Because everyone that spawns in starts with, like, a basic burner drill and a furnace and whatnot. So it lets you get a lot more production a lot faster without having to craft a single thing. You can also disable permissions on anyone that joins your game to prevent them from handcrafting anything so that they don't mess anything up. And you can even remove the permissions from yourself if you're a little worried about accidentally clicking on something in handcrafting. Now, I know we're going to need another furnace for a boiler. Yeah. Oh, we can get a steam engine. Okay. But we're not going to be able to get a lab. Okay, we need a single steam engine. Let's make that. Then we'll need a single boiler, which luckily doesn't seem to take much iron. A single boiler. A single offshore pump. Okay. And then we'll need a little bit more copper. Although I don't really have anywhere else to put this. I want to let that cook for a little bit before we move it over. Because that should have enough iron to get us all the way through. Hopefully. I mean, that lab is quite pricey. And then I think each science pack is 1.5 iron and 1 copper plate per. But I could be wrong on the numbers. Let's see. 14 more. Well, I mean, we'll know when it's done cooking, because it will not be lit anymore. I'll have to go run over to our pond up north and begin the slow burn. But once we get those assemblers, it'll all start falling into place. Get some very basic stuff to start making the basics, like inserters and belts, and of course more drills. Should probably prioritize drills. So that's going to need 3 assemblers, 1 for the gear wheels, 1 for the stone furnaces, and then 1 for the drill itself. And of course we'll need some assemblers to make assemblers. Alrighty, let's go pick this up. Drop this over here. Drop all the copper ore inside, and then we not have, oh right, it unlocks once we make a single science pack. Okay, so I was wrong on the numbers. It's 2 iron per pack, not 1.5. Well, sometimes recipes will have 1.5 because they'll take things that you get like multiple crafts of, but you don't need the entire output. I think if something takes 1 copper cable, it's only half a copper. $22. Okay, we can get a lab going. And what was it? 2 iron. Okay, I have just enough. I'll have to get this shunted back over to iron, but we'll let that cook up some copper for us. Okay, so yeah, 5, 10. Get this, get our boiler. Get our science, and of course we'll need some, I'll just put the whole thing of fuel in there. And let's get automation, because we are not moving forward without that. Guess we can, well, once I put the rest of the packs in, we'll go down to the mines and get some things sorted out. I need to take a look at, that's 4.5 copper and 22 iron per. Plus we'll need several, but I mean I can worry about getting those sorted out once we actually get our first one. All right. We should definitely have enough copper cooked up. I think for our first one, what I'll do is I'll go ahead and get some more furnaces made, since that's just basic stone. Oh, you know what I need are some chests. So get some of those, that way these can work without me having to baby them. Although I guess having a furnace would basically function the same. I should think about trying to do warp drive and also accomplish the lazy bastard at the same time. That sounds like misery. Okie dokie. So at 22, we can basically just let that keep going for a while. Go grab some wood as well. Is that 22? Yeah, 22 iron plates. What does it use for copper? So just the electronic circuit. So I might want to craft a whole batch of these so that I can get a few assemblers cranked out at once. And then we can go from there. Let's see. It's gonna be a while before we like get some proper research automated. But maybe electric drills. And then we'll need gun turrets on walls. Just throw a whole bunch of stuff up. Then I won't have to worry about it later. It'll be nice once we can get a pole snake up and have less trouble with wood. All these trees around here do not look very healthy. Okay, so our first assembling machine. Excellent. Let's go stick that up top and get some more things built. I do have another pole. I could also just move the pole somewhere else. Okay, we'll get that here. And let's get some furnaces made. And what's next? There's some iron gear wheels to start getting some more. I'll have to go grab some more iron from our mines. I don't think a single burner drill is actually enough to keep it cooking. Or is it? Yeah, it's just barely not. Well, we can get a few. Should probably put them on the coal first. And then get some more for iron. Is it? How many is it per? 3. Yeah, we'll get some of those up. It takes 3, so that's gonna be 6. Oh, I'm not gonna have enough iron for a third one. For it to make a coal stick, so you need an even amount. For it to be self-sufficient, but we can at least drop these 2 and I guess get the third one, mining some iron. These don't really have a lot of overlap. Hello, Fury. Welcome in. How's it going? I hope you're having a good evening. We just started not too long ago. You're palliating? Having your cozy games, huh? We should play more. We should get back to the Catboy farm tomorrow. They need to be tended to. Oops. I mean, they can't just be sitting there unmilked. It's not healthy for them. It's too bad there's not a mod to change cows into cat boys. I didn't see one. Our farm is a lie. I did my best. I mean, I just looked for whatever mods were tagged as cat boys on next. So it's just too bad that the game doesn't have a workshop. Yeah, I was feeling a little eepy today, so I had the nap. My legs were kind of sore, so I kind of don't want to sit in my computer chair for too long. So I've just been zoinking out on the couch. Okay, I need to get another assembling machine. The employers of the Catboys, and they are doing the milking. True. Maybe we just need to get mods to turn us into Catboys. I might as well just dump the copper in there. I'll have to get a couple more for... You know what? Okay, if that needs gears, furnaces, so we'll get 3 more. get a whole bunch of these made. Get some of these. Let me go grab some circuits. So yeah, I disabled my mods. So this is a more vanilla playthrough for Factorio. Although I am still kind of doing a challenge. So it looks a little, well, it's going a little slower than normal, but it's not a bunch of crazy stuff. And I'm not having to pick up my base every 2 seconds to move. Twitch keeps pausing my stream. Hold on, let me open it up on my iPad and see if it is a me problem. OBS isn't saying anything, so I hope it's not me. Although some of my usuals are not here this evening to help. Oh my god, my iPad is almost dead. Uno momento. Pork favor. It's my charging cable. This old iPad is so garbage. Yeah, I would not know why it would be pausing. 'Tis very strange. Let me see. Oh, my timer is red. That's kind of weird. But, I mean, it seems to be okay for me. So I'm not really sure. It is a mystery. Let's see. How many circuits did it need? Let me readjust my camera really quick. Okay. 3 per. We'll get it a few more. Oh, I don't have circuits. That would be a problem. Can I don't have gear wheels. Okay. Yeah, I cannot offer any insights, Fury. I apologize. I'll get this here. We'll set that up for those, and then yeah, automation. Let's get some more iron. Do need to get some more, what is it? Drills to increase our iron throughput at this point. Usually don't get proper automation set up this early. But, let's see, so that's gonna make that. I'll just need some for gear wheels and another for the main assemblers, and oh, I'm gonna need some, no, oh my god. Defaults. How do I edit this? Craft? Good. Now that won't accidentally happen again. Oh, I wasn't taking it out because there was not room for it to go. Get more, get some iron gear wheels, get some iron plates, and I'll be able to somewhat automate assemblers. I had thought about doing another mod pack, which would not be having the same issues that Warp Drive was doing, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little indecisive currently. Swap that out. Grab those. We'll get some gear wheels. And I think each assembler so needs 5 gear wheels, so we'll need 10. Okie dokie. So if I change that over to that, of course I have to move these at some point, but that some point is not right now. Should get this to make some more holes. All right, I need some copper at this point. Do I have more of these? Copper it is. I do like the vanilla soundscape of this game. But yeah. I mean, some of the ones from the mod, or not the mods, but from the DLC, once we get there, is very good. Every like planet has its own soundscape. Not to say that this is bad, but I've been playing this game since 2018. Let's see, electric drills. Yeah, once we get some more of these. I do have a decent amount of copper. I'll just keep getting some burner drills going. Is it still lagging for you? Oh wait, you know, I've actually had that problem before where Twitch would just keep pausing a stream that I was watching. Like not lagging or anything, but it would just straight up like pause it. I don't think I ever figured out why. But I think like reloading my browser made it stop. I don't know, I refreshed my browser and I think it stopped from there. You know, let's just get this thing for assembling machines really quick. Yeah, I would imagine so. Right now I need some assemblers. It's always something. It is a weird issue though. I've only had it once before, and it was a few days ago. So let's go to Twitch my autoplay settings and ad blocker and refresh. Well, that's good that it seems fine. I hope it stays fixed. that inserted in there. Yeah, when it popped up for me earlier, it, you know, it basically just randomly started happening. I don't know if it was just because I was just trying to watch one person, but I can't imagine it'd be like tied to a specific channel. There's probably something a little wonky happening. You know what? I think what I might actually do, is, because I know that other mod pack that I was asking people, you know, I put up a poll to see would be more interested in Ultracube or a warp drive machine. Warp drive was the one that was picked, and like I'm fine with either of them, but maybe Factorio 2. I know, yeah, incredible with space age and quality. At least it uses automated rails. You know, maybe fuck it, we'll do cube. Make sure everything else is properly loaded. Oh no, so this is just the main menu. Single transmission. We might as well get everything. Bar reach, of course. Flow control. What else? I wish there was a better way to enable all this stuff. Yeah, so a whole bunch of the game just has a bunch of random loading screens that'll play through, and like certain mods might override them. Okay, well that doesn't matter. Text plates. Gotta get text plates, of course. I apologize. It might be a little stuttery for a second. Okay. I think we're fine. Let me just double check this. Yeah, none of those matter. I might as well. Oh, I did forget something. Hell mod and FNA probably isn't needed. Oh, you know what? Fuck it. I might as well use these. Fluid control. So something a little different about this game is it actually hosts. They host all the mods themselves on their own website, and it has, you know, the mod browser just built in, and it's really easy to use, which is nice. And it also kind of functions as a little bit of built-in DRM, as like if you don't have a legitimate copy, well, you can't log into the mod portal. So you better make sure that you're playing by the rules. But yeah, it's an awful mod pack that I have not had the tolerance to go through as of yet. One more restart. And my cat was coming through at this like half an hour before I started. So of course I scooped her up and held her for a little bit. I was wondering how long she would stay, but she did not stay very long. Okay. So the cube. You know what, let me actually change the stream title. The cubining. We've got to make sure we're accurate here. So yeah, the cube just kind of does this. It explodes. Oh, it actually starts us off with armor and construction bots. That's new. Neat. Oh, regulation armor. It also makes us incredibly slow. Okay. So boiler, we need an offshore pump. How much fluid? 13,000 water a second. Okay. How much? So that's like 1,200. Why 1,200? About 11. Fuck it, I'll just make them all. Kaboom. Okay, basic motor units. That'll be crafting for a second. There luckily are no enemies in Ultracube. You know, enemies aren't really the logistical challenge. Well, you know, it's holding onto the cube. I mean, one man is not meant to have a cube. So you've kind of just gotta deal with these things as they happen. Although it does have a purpose. You only ever have one cube, and the cube is used to make everything. You know, instead of iron and copper and whatnot, we have basic matter units, what you see, make or need a cube to make, and we get the cube back. Some other things will just take matter units, but the base process of everything is always cubes. Oh no, these take power. They don't take power. Okay. Yippee. And having this little explosion makes it a lot easier to tell where Das Cube is. Get that cube going. This mod is probably going to be a lot easier than last time I tried playing it, if only because 2.0 is out. Well, I mean, 2.0's been out for like over a year at this point. But, let me tell you, fluid used to work terribly. God, this feels wrong. I need more matter. Now this takes a cube to burn for steam. I should probably hope that we have enough matter before I start worrying about that. Hold on. I need stone? I need stone to make a pipe to ground. Okay. All right, I have a robots. Do the work for me, robots. Is our cargo capacity increased at all? No. How to get this? What if I reverse it? This is not how boilers are typically faced. Cube changes everything. It's a little unholy. Okay, I'll need to move that over one. Yeah, I mean, you have no idea. Typically, the water on these boilers will go in through the side, and they can pass through. So you can chain a bunch of boilers together, and then the steam will come out here. So then you put the steam engines going out that way, and it makes it a lot easier to, you know, have it set up. How much steam do these generate? 13,000 steam units. Uh-huh. So 13,000 steam, and each engine takes 30. It's about 400 engines. I think that might be a little much. We'll get a handful though, and I'm also gonna need some tanks. Let's also start. Oh, I can't burn the cube yet. No fuel. A lot of stuff also costs a lot of power to run. Yeah, this takes 50 megawatts, and each one of these generates 1.2. So, clearly, I should probably put some pipes in between them. Indeed, you're getting it, you're getting it. This isn't going to be symmetrical. Which is an even bigger crime. Hold on. So that can't touch. You can't have the tips touch when dealing with different fluids. It's very important. Can that even reach? It can't reach. Okay. Maybe that's a bad idea. If so, I'll just squeeze them together. And having them balanced out like that isn't really necessary. I apparently made an uneven amount of tanks. Well, let's make sure these are all connected, and I'll probably have to get some storage tanks as well. And then we will finally have power. Oh, right, I didn't grab squeak through. That's okay. We'll just have to be careful not to get stuck with our own monstrous creations. Get a few tanks going. Don't know how much we're gonna need, but now you might notice the cube is not blue anymore. It's lost its cube power. And it no longer explodes. It just has a little puff of smoke. Now I've got to recharge the cube. Oh, that's interesting. How have I never noticed this before? The steam is, as you can expect, it's floating. And the tank is filling, like, from the top down. I've never paid attention to steam tanks. Well, I generally don't use steam tanks, actually. It's not really needed in other mods. Okay, so first things first. Got all this basic research queued up. And we need some proper science. So those take cubes. Made it in the synthesizer. Which takes 50 megawatts to run. What's our power output? 15 megawatts. Okay. You know, maybe he had, maybe tonight was taco night, Fury. Did you even consider that? Hold on, if I smash these together... I've never made any blueprints for this mod, so... I'm kind of just winging it. Okay, yeah. This'll work. We're gonna have to condense it a little bit. How many am I gonna need for 50 megawatts? So 1.2, less than 50. Let's say 55, just to be safe. 1.2, so about 46. That's a lot of them. Let's get some pipe, some peepays. I can make this a little bit symmetrical. So we can get 2, and then that's gonna need a space for the cables. I'll put some more tanks over here. Okay. I could probably make them even thicker. I'll have to put a little bit of a space between. Get some more of these crafted. I still don't have to make sure that my power grid is completely stable, but if we have less power, things will... This isn't like Satisfactory, where things will just stop. They'll still go, they'll scale down, so they go a lot slower. Which, of course, is terrible. Okay, 26 megawatts. So if I just double her up. We should be good. I'm gonna need 8 more engines. And I can make the bots do the work for me. And this should be enough power for the time being. I'll of course have to manually refill the tanks, so I'll have to probably make some more of them. But luckily, these offshore pumps don't need power anymore. Acquiring proper thickness is always a key consideration to any factory. Keep that in mind. Right, these do take a hot second to make. Is the game even playing music? I don't think I've noticed anything besides the explosion sounds every 5 seconds. I've just been too in the zone, trying to plan out my power plant. 11, okay. 5. Let's get a few of those going. There we go. Music creeped in. I just had to complain about it. I had music earlier, but yeah, it might not be a bad idea to play some music just manually. Okay, 39 megawatts. We're getting there. This should be enough to run our factory for a little bit. $46. Okay, it won't quite be 55, but this will be version 1 of power generation. I can actually start building some shit. $50.4. We'll get one more line. just to be on the safe side. And then what else? All right, that can't be handmade. Shudder to think about trying to do this mod for Lazy Bastard. I'm pretty sure we've already, like, yeah, you've crafted too much. Modded achievements are separate from vanilla achievements. Of course, these don't actually unlock on your profile, but if you really wanted to be a completionist, you can complete them twice. Okay, so we'll just slap this here. Hey. Now I need a laboratory. These take. No, we'll get 10. Ah, of course. Can I make inserters yet? No. That's literally what we're trying to research. One, two, three, four, five. Hey, do go burr. And luckily our power generation is sufficient. You know, something I really do like is the crispness of all the buildings in Factorio. All the sprites. Okay, where are we gonna put our science? Let's see. It's gonna basically just be a 1.0, so. Three. Oh, of course, I don't have even distribution or belts. Whatever. I want to manually deal with distributing them. Bleep, bleep, bleep. And finally, I will have the technology. Logistics, we'll bump that up. How much power are those using? Barely any. Let me actually make sure that we're I can't have both open. Okay, we do have spares. Good, 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 good. So now we have inserters. Fast-handed, long. Well, we only have fasts, so that's fine. And we're not gonna have extra 10. We're not gonna have extra things for a while, or extra science packs. But you know what? I will build for them anyway. There we go. We're starting to chug along. Unfortunately, it seems that disco science, which is a mod I very much like using, is not compatible with these labs. I have used these labs before, and it does like let you see like the little doodads inside, but disco science makes like the lights change depending on what science pack you're using. But I guess the Factorio cards don't really, they're not really the same. They're not bottles of red or green. Yeah, well, I mean, it's purely just for appearance. You know, typically you'll go through, like in vanilla, the first science pack you have is just red. and you'll typically research everything that only takes red before you move on to something else. And they don't go like to exclusively taking one color. You'll start needing red and green, and then red and green and blue, and red and green and blue and gray, and so on and so forth. We'll put that there. We'll put that there, and hello, pizza. Welcome in. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. Wait. Now that's even more confusing. Are you okay? Are you saying that they were trying to say that we didn't land on the moon? No, okay, no. I think my first reading was correct. You're saying they're a moon denier. Okay, yeah. That second thing made me think for a second, like, no, they were trying to say we didn't land on the moon today. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. I can't make... Oh my god, of course I have to learn how to make circuits. I don't know, with all the budget cuts that NASA's gotten, I'm pretty sure it's a safe bet. Yeah, they also moved operations for some fucking reason. Weren't they in Colorado before? I guess Colorado's too woke now. I am exploding because I have the cube on me. Speaking of, this mod actually has the cube cam. When you have the cube, you just explode with its raw potential. We're in Alabama for reasons, got moved to Colorado reasons, now it's pushed back because of pride. I see. The cube is also, it looks different once its cube power is depleted, which you'll probably see in a hot second. I'm having to grab some stuff using the power of the cube, so the cube is preoccupied in my pockets. So yes, you've never played Cube before, have you? Pizza, I just want you to look at this boiler for a good long second. Do you feel what's wrong? Do you see what's wrong? Do you remember how normal boilers work? I think you're being sarcastic. Oh yeah, did you look at the stats of the boiler, by the way? I guess my head might be in the way a little. So, I mean, typically with boilers, you know, steam comes out the back, right? And water goes through the side, so you can hook a bunch of boilers up together. Yeah, that's it makes chaining them incredibly hard, although when it makes 13,000 steam, it's a little less of a problem. I can't just put two boilers next to each other. what does rotating it do for me? Like, oh boy, now it's facing the other direction. Don't forget, I have to put fuel in here somehow. Yeah. Filter. I'm so glad that the filter inserters are just gone. It's also going to be a while before we can automate fixing up the cube or restoring its power. Okay. Let's get some more steam. And hope I don't soft lock myself. I guess it won't really be a soft lock because I can just vent all the steam. But if there's nowhere for the steam to go, the cube will never come out and you're basically screwed without venting it. Which of course then undoes everything that you just did. There we go. We'll get some more. Now I have to get these. We're getting some science put on here. That's way too close. Actually, what am I even doing? And then... this is gonna be... Okay, so this has to be set to filter to only science cards. And then this... I'm gonna have to flop the cube around a bunch. This is gonna have to be set filter only the cube. Then I can get that put there. I need a second chest. Feels so wrong having like almost 50 steam engines connect to one boiler. Honestly, I think that's just a summary for Ultracube. You just have this nagging feeling that something feels wrong. Hello, Overmind, welcome in. And thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. How's it going? Hope you had a good stream. We're also doing some Factorio. I hope your factory's doing good. Yes, hello, hello. We're doing some mods here. Let me also check out this drawing that you DM'd me to see about how to deal with this boiler monstrosity. Okay, I can see it, I can see it. Gonna have a factory, doing a ship. Oh, you're doing warp drive machine. That's fun. I was doing it last night, but due to not really, you know, every time you launch to a new place, look in Factorio, and it has to generate a new surface. Factorio was eating 100% of my CPU, which I think was making the stream a little laggy every 10 minutes or so. So I decided to pause that for the time being. And yeah, doing Ultracube now. I think I finally have science automated. We're probably gonna blow through all this steam in no time. I'll probably pick it back up at some point, but yeah. I know Factorio is always, you know, it's CPU heavy, but it being a such a CPU hog every time it needs to generate the world. I should probably put these in chests, but that's fine. We finally have some research. Mining drills. What do we even need to mine? We have the rare earth metals. Oh yeah, those aren't the deep core things. That's later. I don't have to worry about those yet. Yeah, so you might notice Ultracube, it doesn't use Crastorio, but it uses Crastorio elements, and it also uses like the you know, the materials like rare earth metals and whatever the other one like that you need the deep drill from. And the core and whatnot. So a lot of Crastorio 2 assets, that's it. But yeah, Overmind, I'll have to check out your run and see how it's going. I have been struggling through warp drive like offline, and I have like one person I've kind of wrangled to help me, but they only inconsistently play, and I can see why the mod page recommends for you to have multiple people to play with. Rare earth is a really hot commodity right now. Yeah. Stone brick. Oh, but don't they need to mine bricks? Yeah, stone is something I can't handcraft, unfortunately. How many of these circuits do I even need? Just stream it occasionally? Well, I hope your ship is going good. On my offline stream, I just got like into blue science packs, and I don't have it fully automated yet. I just finished automating gray science recently. I also don't have like the full, like all the optional mods enabled. A lot of the enemies are, you know, I think they're fine. Explosive biters, I hate them so much. I was having an absolutely miserable time on stream last night with the explosive biters. I don't know if it was just my seed or if it's working properly, but I never saw normal biters on my run. It seemed that explosive biters were taking the place of normal biters, which I thought was very awful. Doing Crastorio 2 warp drive machine, so it's worse. Oh yeah, I had thought about that, but that sounded like an even more miserable time. I could probably go through Crastorio 2 warp drive if I had like a dedicated crew to play with me to help kind of offset the fact that you need even more space when like the whole point of that mod is being confined. But yeah, I don't have Crastorio 2 enabled on my warp drive. Explosive biters. Okay, so yeah, they have like 15 health, and they do explode, but they also zerg a lot. And there's a shitload of them. Well, I guess that's covered by the term zerg, but it's quite terrible. Their nests also basically explode with not quite as big as a nuke, but it's pretty sizable. I was constantly burning through my metal, just trying to keep them from taking out my factory. Also, their explosion, at least they were fast explosive biters. These ones seem pretty fast, but I know they get even faster. Their explosions also do go past walls, and like, you basically need a shitload of guns to be able to deal with them, which, if you're familiar with warp drive, that might be very hard to get early game. I was spending all of my resources getting guns and bullets. I don't have rockets yet in my solo run. This was probably a bad idea. I gotta wait. Where I've been going at least 20 hours. I would like to see you get rockets faster. Also, hello, Pie Manning, welcome in. I might be, I mean, well, I guess you can't really see these cheeks on the engineer. That's actually the secret channel you have to subscribe to. Oh yeah, I guess we just fucking wait for the cube to get spit out. Let's see, you want comment to not be laggy when ping is high. What are you playing, Pymanding? 24 hours and don't have rockets, yeah. I don't know what the total play time of mine is. Actually, I can just fucking look. 43 hours. Most of this is solo. You can see a snapshot of my base here. Helldivers too. Also he has more cube. I basically almost have no gun turrets anymore on my ship. Once you get flamers, it helps so much. Also, once you start getting research, because the flame research is even stronger than bullets, and it's multiplicative with the fuel. So once you get light ammo, see, rockets are at least a 42-hour priority for me, possibly 80. Anti-MIC. Yeah, I forgot. I don't remember what all the resistances are, but yeah, those are terrible. You can't look at items in the Factoriopedia and Ultracube? Oh, that's okay. Let's go ahead and get some more science going. How long until we get a cube rebooter? Ultra dense furnace. I need to get some of those made, which means I need to start getting rocks and or stones. Hey, thank you for the follow, Overmind. Welcome aboard. It is updated for 2.0. I'm not playing an older version. It doesn't use space age, but it is updated for 2.0. I can understand it not being compatible with space age, given, you know, it's kind of its own, like, overhaul in a different fashion to, like, Bobs and Angels, where everything has changed. They remade all the items and didn't bother reconnecting the PD entries. Yeah, that could be likely. I don't even have any drills to put. Hello, Vambi. Welcome in. Get some more turbines. Let's get some electric poles. Wasn't expecting it to basically be completely empty. You know, I am noticing something. These aren't tagged as being changed by Ultracube, whereas, like, it shows up in here if I, like, click on it, but you go to sleep, it's 12:30. Well, thanks for dropping in. I'll try and catch you live when I can and see how your run is going. But have a good sleep, and thank you for the raid. Oh, mining productivity. Yummy. The recovery bay. That's what we need. All right, let's go get some wires laid down. It's also incompatible with quality, which I can also kind of understand. You could very easily soft lock yourself on this mod if quality was enabled, and you didn't take measures to prevent that. Let's say we need War for Rimworld, but that's basically just grab ship start. Yeah, also Save Our Ship 2 has been updated, although I don't know if they've, like, done a major overhaul to take advantage of the Odyssey features. It doesn't require Odyssey, so I'm guessing all they did was give it a basic update. Save Our Ship 2 is something I haven't done in RimWorld. I've been kind of wanting to do it. Should be researched via the cube anomaly. Perhaps. Ooh, that's right, I need to batch craft these. I can make a bunch in the matter unit. Do we even get module right? The research tree is hidden. Well, I can start getting mining drills. I also get my all reliable mining blueprint. We'll have to cycle through a bunch of these since it takes too many to just batch craft. Now we wait. So I need to see about getting some synthesizers, but considering each synthesizer takes 50 megawatts to run, probably not going to have multiples being running in tandem. Basic. Let's see, 1, 2. Get that going. And do I need raw stone or do I need bricks? You know, I didn't enable FNEI because I'm like, oh, well, Factorio PD is just a thing now. I don't need FNEI, but if I can't click on something to see what it crafts, I'll have to make sure to grab FNEI before the next stream. Since its functionality is not, in fact, replaced. I want to say that I needed raw stone for smelting. No, I need bricks. Okay. So I can get a furnace stack. Do I even have normal furnaces? I do. Okay. I might need to get more synthesizers. Can I even make more synthesizers? I can't. It's in the research tree. We don't have a blueprint for a furnace stack. Stone go in. And stone go out. Until I get more of these, I should probably just output them directly into a chest. Alright, back to the base. These be used for, they can be used for flooring. That's not much of an increase. I forgot the Ultracube could be used as vehicle fuel as well. 1000% acceleration and 400% top speed. Now I can move. We'll let that go for a while. I have to get another synthesizer made for just basic matter once we get that research done. And clearly, I need more inserters before, and another chest. Hey, 1,000 science cards. Now it's gonna actually work full time. and drain all of our steam. Okay, I should grab the cube. Oh, it's too fast. All right, that's not going to solve anything. Then we'll have the recovery bay so I can automate that. And keep putting the cube back into the storage tanks until we have enough steam. I'll probably need to build a bigger steam stockpile. And then I can start actually automating the cube and where it goes. Whew. 2.5% mining productivity? I didn't even notice it was that terrible. Okay. Not sure what good 2.5% does for me, but it is what it is, I suppose. .5 free ore, yeah, per every 100. Splendid mining drill, and then deep core drill, which takes the cube. Okay, recovery bay, which takes n-dimensional widgets and conductive wire, and most of this I don't think I can craft by myself. With an airline mile redeems. Perhaps. I need to get the synthesizer to making basic matter units. I can just use that, which means I just need to get some inserters and some iron chests up here. Filter, get basic matter unit. We'll get some more cables. Then I need to go get some furnaces. There's some ultra dense furnaces. Get those rare earth metals. Perfect. I didn't change the recipe. Be careful to start speaking Russian. I'll do my best. Okay, I need more. Oh, where's the cube? Gonna be in the chest. Oh, because it can't actually. That's weird that it's getting inserted when it can't actually like take it out. Thought it wouldn't actually get put in until it's like ready to cycle. Okay, well, dimensional widgets. That's something I'll have to automate. Okay, get some more drills. Let's go over here down to our rare earth metal place. Get some ultra dense furnaces, which itself takes the cube to burn. And how many rocks do we have? 200. That's enough. I'll come back to expand this next. So slow. When do we get a car? What was that icon? New research options available. Okay, of course, of course. Do love me some hidden research. I think we've been doing cube for less than an hour and we're already done through all of the basic tech. New tap cube efficiency. Let's see, in contrast to base Factorio, throw output will ultimately be limited by the effectiveness of which you employ the cube. I have to start putting like logic on everything. Cube logistics. Entity, fast inserter. I don't think that's how that's supposed to look. N-dimensional widgets, electronic circuits will also need rare earth metals. Oh, I went right over the ore patch because it is not purple in the world. And it's covered by trees. Where's my deconstruction? Banish thine trees. Well, it's gonna take a lot with only 5 bots. Yeah, we don't need a very big mine as of yet. Mass basic matter unit. Yeah, I'll have to start having things shuffled over to start making what do we need for motors. I mean, everything will basically have to have its own synthesizer. Although given that most of these aren't going to be running multiple times, like the basic matter unit, obviously only one can be running at a time since we only have 1 cube. But pipes, and then engines. What does matter? More pipes. Not a lot of rare metals here. Stupid trees. My bots can barely even move. They're so slow. Just recently acquired bots in my offline warp drive playthrough. They're such a life changer. Okay, can we make the deep furnace? No. Gotta batch craft a few 100 basic matter units. I'd say I could probably get 2 of them. Oh, do they consume the cube? Dense furnace. I'm going to assume it consumes the cube because the crafting recipe is, yeah, they say if they give you a cube back. So anything that doesn't, cubant. So look at some of this tech. Electric energy distribution. I mean, yeah, big poles I guess would be nice. Matter replication. Matter replication. Gel. Indeed, cubant. Clasp. Who cares about this place? Oh boy, another 2.5% mining productivity. Metal refinement. Refined rare metals plus calcium and stone. Uh-huh. Personal roboport. Uh-huh. Oh yeah, construction bots. Yippee! Well, might as well just queue these up. Oh, praise be robot speed. We'll just need to get green science properly going. How are my bots, while I'm waiting for this. Well, I guess it's basically ready. Just go ahead and get these moving. Now this does take like 1,000, yeah, 500 rare earth metals, so until I get our mines really really fleshed out, I don't think I need to really worry about getting too many furnaces. Or furnaces if I wanted to be cursed. Which perhaps I do. You're welcome. Okay, let's place this off of the rare metals. Ultra dense. That's basically gonna need the whole shebang. Doot. And of course I have to set a recipe. And is it also going to output? No, it's going to output 250. It's still a lot. Okay. Let's get these going here. That way they at least saturate a belt. And then... oh good, the cable actually reaches over. That's convenient. Ooh, and I'm gonna have to make sure to set these up to only do metals so that they don't disappear our cube. Although that leaves me with nowhere to put the recovery bay if I want to chain these together, so... I'll have to ditch one of these. It won't be perfectly even, but... them's the breaks. So we'll need to make sure that we really get a lot more mining machines going. At least saturate that belt. We started with bots, actually. Thankfully, Cube starts you off with some. It gives you 5 and yeah, a little roboport. Not that I want to sound like I'm complaining about our bots. Of course, if there was any mod that I would like to start with bots in, it would be warp drive, but we can't be so lucky. Just waiting on a bunch of just infrastructure to get built. I should probably just stop handcrafting so much. See, n-dimensional widgets, so that's the cube plus 50 metals, and then it has to be made in a synthesizer. That outputs a dormant cube and that gets 5 widgets. So about 10 rare earth metals per widget. Barrel water? What the hell would one ever want to barrel 50 units of water for? Now if it was more water, that might be more useful. Actually, you know what? If I had if I had the mod for Bob's adjustable inserters, I could have a space in between every one of these furnaces for a rebooting bay, and then shunt it on over to the next one. I could probably still do it without it. Just need a little bit more shenanigans. Also need to make sure to get a rebooting bay up first. Conductive wire, does that also take... It does take metals, but we can craft those by hand once we get the metals. Fabricator. Ah, okay. So we don't need a synthesizer for everything. So that's how we'll start getting some stuff properly automated. I wish I could just like open this up and preview, but alas. She's almost ready to become online. But of course this thing can't take efficiency modules, it can just take speed. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and take all those rare metals from you. So I think that the widgets, yeah, they have to be crafted in a synthesizer. And what did we need widgets for? Right, I think we needed them for the recovery bay. So let's go get some widgies crafted. We can get a few recovery bays. Make sure our power is automated. I can have this cycle until we have like, I don't know, 1,000 things to go. Widgets, get that going. Oh, and of course, that outputs a cube that itself needs to be rebooted. And how many widgets do we get? We got 5. Recovery bay. Let's get one of those crafted. Reboot the cube manually. Luckily, it doesn't take that much energy to recharge a cube. That would be too much power for any one man to handle. I sit on it and fly away. I mean, with how much fuel capacity it has, you know, it's probably make for a very powerful vehicle accelerant. Although I don't know when we get any sort of vehiculars. Cerebral substrate. Okay, I'm probably looking a little too far. (1,000%) at 400% top speed. Okay, let's see about this here recovery bay. If we only dormant cube and then cube. Well, I don't like how that looks. Metals. Perfect. god, when holding the cube, you can almost not even walk forward on a red belt. Let's go and get some more metals a crafting, and then what else do we need? I need to make a proper loop for my boiler. What do you... That's a stupid question. How dare you try and insinuate that anyone needs more than a single cube? But you don't. You only ever have the one cube. That's part of the challenge. The only way to get a cube, another cube that I could think of would probably console commands. But yes, when you start on a map, the cube is on the map. It's not in your inventory, so more players joining does not make more cubes. You only ever get one, and since it's a basic component around everything, you know, it's all about efficiently using your cube, which, of course, I am not currently doing so, but... I have to get these. I guess I'm not gonna need very many ultra-dense furnaces going. Right, I need to rebuild that as well. We've got 600 bricks. I do need to start getting like proper automation with the fabricators now that I have those metals. I do have one. Of course, one, you know, it's not enough. When do I get loaders? That's what I want to know. I can't even see them on the research tree, so not anytime soon. You know what? While I'm waiting for those to get built, let's go ahead and add a production line. How many sciences do I want? I want... You know what? 60 a minute sounds fine to me. For the start. Let's see. Get some n-dimensional widgets. Which has to be made in a synthesizer. Get these. That, and then conductive metals. That should probably be moved up. So 2 fabricators making wires, and then those go into 6 fabricators making chips. Those also need some rare earth metals. Good, and I can place more of these. I think I'll leave this mining field for now until I can just automate these. And let's see, recovery bay. Nice to have some sort of bigger storage. I guess I could just have these all output directly into iron chests. And link them up and then base my ability to craft more. Yeah, you know what, that's what I'll do. And then we'll have that go there for the output. Perfect. And then I will have to link all these up to this. We'll enable if our rare earth metals is... They can only hold 20. Okay. Something else I'll have to be wary of is the fact that these will actually need time to fill up. Is it taking that long? How much do they stack to? 100. So each one can hold about 2,000. I don't know, 5,000. No, because then we're going to be waiting for the minerals. Can I have it output to only when it has 500? Cannot connect to wire. Oh, you know, that's something that... I thought that that was just a basic 2.0 feature. Clearly, these buildings have not been updated for that. Because, yeah, I'm pretty sure you can connect them directly to a wire. Elsewise, I'd basically just have to connect it to the belt and have it read the contents. Whatever. You have the belt, have it read the contents, and then if there's too much ore on the belts, which necessarily means that there's not enough consumption going on. That'll be fine. Okay, synthesizer. Need more matter units. Can the synthesizer make, or can the fabricator make more fabricators? That's what I need to know. I should also probably... Oh, good, we're out of power. At least that'll be a little bit more easy to automate. We'll come back for you. I think what I'll do is I'll have the dormant cube put out first. Hold on. Yeah, that's fine. Now that's gonna have to output the dormant cube. Use filters, dormant cube into a recovery bay, which I don't think I can craft one. Good. Just have to be at the end of our crafting queue here. Then we'll have that output into a recovery bay, and then I think I'll have it go sideways. We have the bay here. Yeah. I can have that. I can have this. I think it's a 2x2, so then we'll reverse that. Then we'll have this function only if, let's see, 20k. Steam is 20,000 or less. And then I will have to get some more tanks somehow. Don't even have a single pipe to spare. Truly in shambles. That'll let us get a big enough buffer. And I need an alarm for when steam is too low. Good. Recovery bay. Do I have to put a filter on this? No. Okie dokie. Now, we'll watch it work. Finally, we have automated steam. They said it couldn't be done. I'll just have to make sure that it circles back in on itself until we have somewhere else to put it. And now we have the cube merry-go-round. The tank's a little bit bigger. Ah, right. No squeak through. Can I squeak? No, I can't squeak through there. Okay. Was hoping that'd be a big enough gap. Now that should last us a while. I do wonder. I really don't want to have to do the calculation. But I wonder, like, what's the absolute maximum? Let's see. Right, I need an alarm, which can be controlled by the same circuit, or connected to the same circuit. And then if steam is less than like 5,000, show alert. Global. And now we'll get a notification. Okay, let's start getting this line going. So we need 2 things for cables, and probably doesn't need to be so close to the mines. Oh my god, the cube slowdown. This is basically a starter base anyway, so... ooh, that's right, I need another fabricator. Need some fabricators to make fabricators. They do take circuits. Okay, I can basically make everything that I need. Perfect. So get some conductive wire. How much does it need? Is 1 fine? I have to set up a cycle to, like, keep doing basic matter units until we have, I don't know, like 20,000. Okay. Blueprint with fabricator cannot be flipped. I see. Don't quite see why. Oops. Okay, we'll get that going. That should be enough. I wonder how many I'm going to need to actually offload one of these things. Oops. A little far. Might need 2. Okay, and then from there we go... Actually, it probably would have told me here how many belts. It's not saying how many belts. Outflow 360 a minute. So I should probably just actually have these directly feed into the circuit producers. Yeah. Okay. Let's back up with that in mind. What are the ratios? So one can feed 3, but I'm not going to be able to actually connect 3. And it's a 4x4. Okay. Back to the drawing board. We do 2 and 2. Question is, do these have a... Oh, these only have a max length of 7, so I can't jump 2 of them. Okay, but what if I only have them connected via 1 tile? I think that could work. And then I could have the rare earth metals be brought in here. I should probably make some splitters. Oh, I'm not going to be able to grab them off of that like that. Okay. Unless I had Bob's adjustable inserters. That's fine, we'll just smush them together. Now, how much is each one gonna need? These also can only do like, yeah, 30 a second. That speed should be fine. Okay, yeah, we'll split these off here. I'll just have to get another thing for the matter to go to. Oh, they need half and half. Okay. It would be a better idea to belt the wires. So it's gonna need twice as many matter units. So I could like, oh, I can't do belt weaving because we only have one color of underground belts. Okay. Let's get some more long-handed so we can plan this out. I think we'll just have them go into a belt. Yeah, the belt should be okay. And they'll have to be on the same side of the belt as well. It's going to be 360. A single belt can hold 1800 a minute, so that shouldn't be running into throughput problems. And that we can squish onto there. Perfect. Then I need 6 assemblers. And getting fabricators automated after I get this science done is going to be the next thing. All right, let's get those crafted up. I'm going to need to squeeze in plastic bars here as well. So I'll run them through this side. Although, let's see, 420. I'll run them through the middle. Yeah. And then I'll use the long-handed for the basic matter bars, and that should be okay. Circuits. Yeah, yeah. Get a couple of these. I just need a lot more belts. But it's all shaping up. So connect this down here. Just get the power lines out of the way. Not really thrilled about the sound these make. But hey, we'll have automated chips. Go into camera mode and start getting these going. I'm gonna need power lines on the other side. I wonder when we're gonna get substations. I could probably place these poles up a little bit better. Ooh, that doesn't affect all of them. Okay. You going up, and then I need to go deal with basic matter bars. One is going to be fine. 6,000. Yeah, we'll be able to saturate a belt. So I'll just have to deal with offloading and getting it to keep cycling until we have enough and then dump it somewhere else. Would not be a bad idea to have a separate assembler lines for, or synthesizer lines for specific things so that they don't step on each other's toes. See, dimensional widgets. I get something for that. You know, if we're gonna make one a second, let me go ahead and get another one for basic science cards. Where are they? A different tab. One a second. So one synthesizer is fine. So yeah, I'll have to build a separate one for that. We just have to make the rest of our assemblers. And our chips will basically be ready to go. I'll need one thing for widgets, and then from there, 12 more fabricators. Yeah, I'll have to make something automated for fabricators. I do wonder if these are going to have any extra output. They are. It's going to have extra widgets output. No extra chips, though. But I can easily expand the chips or even just double them up on the other line and then use those for other purposes. How much do we need to get another synthesizer? More widgets, of course, of course. once we get some widgets automated, it's going to be something that's going to be kind of limited based on its input. So what I might actually have to do is have the inputs instead go to a chest and then only pick up the cube once I know that there's enough, because it's a little bit of a bother that these basic machines can't be hooked up to wires, because in the base game they can be. You know, something else they finally added in 2.0 is the ability to hook up a nuclear reactor. So that instead of needing to, you know, worry about how much steam you have left over and hooking your logic based on that, you can just read the reactor's temperature directly and input fuel based on that. It doesn't need to be any more complicated. Yeah, I am using the cube for a few things. Just not gonna put widgets anywhere. It's the downside of having a bunch of things. You know, I could also rip up the I could put the dormant cube on the line as well, and although then it's gonna take time to get back here. And are we going to be able to get substations? I'm not seeing it from this tree, so likely not. Make tar. Wood and sand. Of course, we get a greenhouse to make some wood. Gotta say, it's a little bit of a relief not having to worry about the fish attacking me. That's something you have to deal with in warp drive. Sometimes it just shoots acid at you. And sometimes when you try and fish them, they will eat, or they will bite back. Can I make another recovery bay to automate this? Where is it? More plastic, of course, of course. Let's get some more widgets, and then I can make a separate line specifically for making widgets, or I guess for making basic matter units first. And we'll worry about having a separate line for widgets. Get a synthesizer. I probably could have just grabbed some circuits. Oh no, I couldn't because I don't have any matter over there. Oh, each one makes exactly 1 a second. That's convenient. One has a crafting speed of 1. So that makes doing the math a lot easier if things have nice, neat crafting times and crafting speeds. I've gotten into the habit of using Hell mod, especially when, you know, you start playing like Bobs and Angels and doing C block and stuff. And it gets very complicated. Okay. So if we put that there, we'll want to put the cube back on the top. I'll put the cube here and take it from... Now, you know what? It doesn't need to be that spaced out. Cube here and take it from here. And we will only take the cube if we have less than a bunch of basic matter units. How much do they stack up to? 200. Each cycle on this makes 100. So we can hold up about 24,000. So let's just do 23,500. 23,500. Perfect. And now we can start getting better. Use filters, right. I seem to have made a mistake. Could also just blacklist filter and the cube and basically have that be my default. Make sure that we grab all the garbage off of this. Now that should be good. Excellent. And that just takes basic matter units, so I can just grab them off the belt if I need to. And this is automated. Just need something a little bit faster to input and output. I could probably put a second line of this, but that's okay. I'm also a little worried that we might not have enough power to run through this. Do I need that to be split up? That'll be fine on one half. And we'll need one thing made of king widgets and we're good to go. Just grab these so that I can use them for myself. That is going to be working for a bit. Go ahead and make the cube storage a little bit bigger. Oh yeah, I can squeeze through here. That's good. That's good. Excellent. Just slowly working on expanding this and basically getting it so we can have, like, I don't know, a few million units of steam stored up. And just so that since the cube is likely going to be grabbed by various processes like these for a while, to make sure that we can, you know, store up enough steam. Okay, so what is next? Right, the widgets. Where to put that? That needs rare earth metals in the cube. Okay, just gonna rip this whole thing up. What am I doing? I have bots. We'll need to redo power at some point because it is not clean and tidy, but that's a later problem. Let's grab some of these because I know I needed to get some more electric furnaces going. Just grab them from here. I should just go shove this in the boiler really quick so it can stock up some steam. And then make sure everything works properly. Not that a blackout is going to be as catastrophic. I can just rip up a machine even if it's in progress to take the cube out of it, or, you know, otherwise free up the cube. I go ahead and make this a little bit higher to 500. Just need to be careful to not set it too high that the tanks cannot in fact fill, but that should be fine. So let's go ahead and get our stone reworked. I could probably go grab some more matter units while I'm at it to get some more mining drills. Now that we are efficiently cubing. We are just playing with Ultracube. That's basically it. And Hellmod. A whole bunch of optional things that Ultracube has listed, but Ultracube is the primary one. Right, the furnaces are still getting crafted. I don't quite know what else the stone bricks need, or are needed for. I would need them for the furnace, but I could also just start putting flooring down, since I don't think there's a whole lot else. I know walls and I think repair packs either are needed, since enemies are disabled in Ultracube. That's okay. I'll work on getting a real stack at some point in the future. Okay. Alright, I have to set recipes on these, I believe. I do. And then we'll get some proper storage. I do hope we eventually get better inserters. But hey, the 4 is fine for this. I don't really need a whole lot of stone, so I probably don't need to worry about that too much. Alright, no fuel. Right, we're gonna have to automate getting the cube over here. Need to figure out what logic I'm gonna use for getting the cube properly done up. I just go ahead and get a bunch of transport belts. Suppose I could have just run the raw ore a little bit closer to this cube so that the cube didn't have to travel so far. Eventually we will have trains, so that'll be nice. Because we don't really need or basically, the only thing that we're going to be running on the train network is going to be the cube. Indeed, Ultracube. A normal cube was not good enough. It had to be Ultra. Sadly, it's not plus Ultra, but, you know, we're working on it. We don't have the technology yet. Mm-hmm. This thing is going to be working for a long time. Yeah, maybe we'll let cycling. I should just go ahead and move the furnace a little bit closer. Better to move all the raw ore. Let me go ahead and save this blueprint in my inventory, and we'll rip all this up. Okay, the belt doesn't have to be ripped up. We just don't want the furnace stack to be so far away. I'll run it like over here. That way the ores can go right there. And luckily each batch of belts makes 4. So that's handy. Although we are now out of belts for a second. Open cube cam with K. I guess I'm kind of in the way of that. Oh, it doesn't snap to map borders. Okay, well, it resets its position every time. Toggle full screen. Now we can see where the cube is at any given time. But I can't resize it though. The window is a little big. It gets a little buggy later in the game. You get the ability to like break it up into various parts and use it for various things, and you eventually have to reassemble it because most of the production is based on using the cube. Not having a cube anymore is can be very catastrophic. But yeah, it tries to keep them all of the constituent parts in your view at once. So if you make like a proper factory to deal with them instead of having one assembler slowly reconstituting all the parts, it gets very, very zoomed out. What's our steam doing? About half. And I don't think our matter is anywhere near as much. This does let it keep cycling, but I think what I might do to ensure that we don't run out of power is go ahead and reverse this. We'll generate matter a little bit slower, but it is what it is. So I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with all this wood. I guess I can't really do anything with it as of yet. Once we get greenhouses, we'll of course be able to grow wood and likely be able to also do stuff with it. 15,000 fluid a second. I'll probably be fine with one furnace. Something I could do, I guess, is deal with instead of using one furnace and cycling it, just having a chain of furnaces that can basically determine how many cycles I want from there. I will still have to set up logic to get it to not just instantly grab the cube if the furnaces are not ready. But we can deal with that once we scale up. A little lure to cancel this just to try and get some of the belts a little bit sooner. Because I don't know how many materials that's gonna output in my inventory. Probably a lot. but it's basically about there. Hmm. It is a little amusing how it can't track it properly in an underground belt, and it just like stops and jumps every time it I can actually see it again. All right, let's finish planning this out. I just want this to go all the way up. And how much do we have? Contents 5.7k, not bad. Does that also has a... It does have a crafting speed of 1. Okay. I know there are enhanced like battery things that we can eventually make. Let's see, battery, robotics, probably on the next tier of research. Oh, and trains. That's engine units. Oh, it needs glass. Let's see, fuel refinery, vehicle fuel. Well, of course, we're gonna need some actual fuel because we're not gonna be using the cube inside the train. Although I will have to try it at least once to see how fast the train goes. Okay, ultra dense furnace. Let's get that placed. Eventually we'll have more bots. Okay, get that sorted out. I do need to get, yeah, those big power poles so I can get power transmitted long distances. I also need some more matter, apparently. Let's go ahead and grab some. Schlorp. All right, now how am I supposed to tell if this is actually ready to craft? Okay, we need another recovery bay. So we can put that in there. Let's see, filters. A spent cube only. Get that to filter. Nothing should be on the belt, but you can never be too careful. And then I'll need to sync it up over here. Okay, perfect. I should just make use of the not having it feed back into itself just to ensure stuff keeps moving. Ah, I didn't have that output. Okay, use filters, pop up. Ah, of course. I forgot something very important, to actually have the furnace kit emptied out. Can underground belts jump this? Oh, it can't. No, why does this thing have to be so damn big? Okay. We'll try this. Let's have all these metals to deal with. Do these need to be on their own line? Probably not, but or their own double line, but we're gonna do it anyway. Oh good, and that actually completely lines up perfectly. I'll make sure to rip up this old line that I have here. Get some of our belts back. Get rid of the cube cam. I'm sure it'll be useful to pull up every now and again if I'm unsure where the cube is and I urgently need it. Okay, get that, loop that back around, perfect. That's all set up. Now I just need to figure out I think having them stacked up is probably going to be the best course of action. To ensure proper cubability. Although I'm not going to have a way for it to bypass this. So let me make a bypass just to be safe. Because ideally, I could have a cube recovery bay here. Yeah. Filters, only a spent cube. I'll have to set some logic on that. Not exactly clean and tidy, but I mean, hey, it works. Now, let's see. What kind of circuit condition? Let's see, read contents. Set stack size. Maybe if we read the hand contents and only insert if all of the hands are empty at once. Although I feel that might not be a good idea. Right. Like this. Okay. Getting a little bit more steam. And that should come back around here. I do wonder what the best way of ensuring that the cube only gets grabbed if this is actually ready for a load of cube. Can I read a hand's activity status, like if it's inactive or not? Only for one tick when the item is picked up. I could probably set some sort of circuit network to spread the thing over and average its hand size over, like, I don't know, 5 seconds. I've never really dabbled in circuits too much, except for like super basic ones. So if we do a decider combinator, I know we can make a clock by linking a one of the inputs back into the, or one of the outputs back into the input. I think you use a decider combinator for that. I should probably watch some Factorio circuit videos. Like right now, it's fine because it's always operating. But, you know, it's fine for now, and that's the main thing that matters. So next we need to get our widgets made, which does take a synthesizer, and I believe it takes the cube and the rare earth metals. Fancy that. Okay, so we'll get a synthesizer here. Perfect. We'll get some widgets. We'll grab that. And then we'll grab that. And we'll have to get another recovery bay, I believe, before we output it back onto the belt. They'll also need some storage for widgets. We don't make widgets very fast, so it probably doesn't need to be anything too ostentatious. Okay, yeah, of course that's gonna craft, and then we're gonna have to manually reboot it. Then we'll have to stick her back in there. I think it takes 20 widgets to get another rebooter. No, it takes 5. Okay, so we're basically fine. I just need some more matter units. Let me go scope some. And this should be more or less operational. Not gonna be perfect, but now that'll get through, that'll get recharged and put back on the belt. And it should keep cycling through. Need to make sure to drop off my rare earth metals in here next time I can. I do like watching the cube go around and just exploding when it's not in my pocket and slowing me down. Okay. Now, how many widgets do we need? We need 60 widgets a minute. Uh-huh. And what's our current production? Probably not going to be 60 a minute. Yeah, I might have to link up multiple synthesizers or have it keep outputting back into itself. Yeah. Okay. What if we do this? And we'll have this only enable when, I don't know. Let's see, widgets. Let's say we have, how much do they stack to? 50. Let's say 250 widgets. And then... yeah, that's... okay, that didn't get grabbed. We'll have to make sure to get that. So, and then I'll just have to invert that when it's above 250 widgets. Now I just need 12 fabricators. Which is going to be a lot of matter. I should probably just scope it up from the chests. I'll make 17. We'll craft them. I hope that that's not going to drain our steam, but it should probably be fine. Seems I do need some more input for belts here. Or not belts, inserters. Yeah, not quite enough. Of course, if this just keeps endlessly cycling, then this isn't going to make more. I can just keep dropping these in for now. So I can get rid of my my own metals, or what I can do is drop them in the chest, and then they'll get dealt for me. I do have 5 fabricators so far. Okay, some more assemblers crafted. And then I'll get a fabricator stack. So it just needs circuits, right, and widgets? Yes. Perfect. Shouldn't need very much of each. Yeah, so I can just have them ride the same belt. If I recall correctly, where's this going to output? If I have it get grabbed there. So we'll just have to wait for these engines to get made. Well, hey, it's getting there. I do think though, just making a big stack of them, if I can figure out a good solution to having it not grab it unless it needs to, or unless the machine is ready for it. That is very bothersome that I can't just read the machine to see if it has enough materials in it. I feel like that makes it unnecessarily complicated. And not really in line with what the main logistical challenge of this mod is supposed to be, but, you know, whatever, it is what it is. So we'll finally start having some green science. Alright, I need to get a synthesizer for making more grays. Let me go ahead and redo this here. Okay, could probably have them come in from the other side. Yeah. That'll get done. Then I'll have our fabricators here. Let me go ahead and start getting a line set up. I could probably have them taken from the middle. That way I don't have to worry about them having space. Inserter, line, input, output, inserter, and then another one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Get those reconnected. Get green circuits. Green chips. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I'll just have to get some more reds made as well. Well, I'll need a lot more blues. Table by... okay. Greater than or equal to. I forgot to account for the possibility of it being exactly the right amount of things. Watch the cube go. Exciting to finally be about to get the next leg of science. Let's see, we get that, and then... I do hope the reds are gonna be enough. Okay. That should be good. Of course, we'll have to get power. Oh, what would be a symmetrical design? That's not gonna hit that. This is a little hard to get symmetry. That's okay, we'll deal with it. Oh, right, and of course it's not going to reach the other side. No, I don't believe. Can't flip them at all. These power lines are gonna be all candy wampus. We can fix it later. Okay. Everything should be more or less ready to turn on. Oh good, that goes exactly where I need it to. How long do these take to craft? 12 seconds apiece. Did say 6. Ah, of course. The long-handeds aren't good enough. Let me fix that. I had a feeling this might be the case. As long as everything else is fine. And these can run 24/7. Perfect. Now, I will want to stockpile these, so we'll put that there. Actually, move that a little bit closer. And then we'll get another blue, and then onward. Oops, oops. Get back here. I'll have to clean this belt up. Seems to not quite be operating at full capacity. Right, because we've gone through all of our metals. And I don't have anything to ensure that this only grabs when there's enough. I think what I'll just have to do, let's see, read, hold all belts. We'll have to wait until this belt is like completely full. Yeah, read, rare earth metals. Oh, let's set it to like something absurd. It should be disabled. Wait, no. Once we know how much the maximum amount is, then we can go from there. But hey, we have some science. Okay, let's see. What is the signal? 79. Let's do... No. It's above 75. We'll go ahead and grab. So that means the thing should be full. And I am going to need another synthesizer, which needs more widgets. Go ahead and scoop up some... extra circuits here that we most definitely do not have. I just have to make another ultra dense furnace now that I think about it. Two more ultra dense furnaces. And we'll need some more widgets. Ah, of course. Able disable. That has more than 75. Oops. Set filled. No, wait, no. So now that's not going to work, and then I have to have that be the inverse. Center equal to. Excellent. I can't put a filter on this. Okay, well, nothing in here should be going in here besides the cube anyway. But let's try that again. Not a perfect solution, but hey, if it works, it works. Let's see. Yeah, we'll get some ultra dense furnaces. I will need more recovery bays to chain them together. I could probably squeeze them a little bit if I took off this here. Yeah, let's try that. It takes so long to pick up. Okay, recovery bay. I'll have to fix that somehow. Yeah, that's just the bypass, so that is fine. And then we'll get another ultra dense furnace. This means it'll eat it up. I'll have to find some other way, because like with how much ore I think we're mining, I think I'm pretty sure we're mining more than we can consume, so if I just have it detect the ore, that's not going to be a perfect solution. I guess what I could have it do is have them instead output into chests and have it be that if each chest signal has more than enough to start it, then that'll work. Because that'll ensure, even if it's not currently ready, it'll at least be able to, it won't permanently be stuck there. So I'm gonna have to have a whole bunch of extra inserters and chests and whatnot. It also means we're gonna have a bigger buffer. Let's go ahead and do that. Also have to have each line be separate. I'll need some more basic matter blocks. Of course, and I need a recovery bay for that. Let's get one more recovery bay. At least we have the widgets for it. There's no energy distribution yet. At least they stuck with the increased wire range of 32, so that stretches a whole chunk. Let's see, we're also going to be able to get more better matter replication. Let's see. So yeah, basic matter unit plus 8k steam, which, I mean, we'll have no problem generating steam. And then some water. Oh, that's in an ultra dense furnace. Okay. But that makes 4,000 gel. And each 400 gel makes 1,000. So, like 10,000 blocks per cube use. Well, no, not per cube use, but 1,000 per cube use is still a massive increase. We'll get that going. We have a recovery bay. All right, I have to make more iron chests. To get these separated. Okay. There we go. Recovery cube, we'll put this here. I don't have any more medium poles. So that was slightly too close. Oh, and of course I don't have a way for this to output. Hello, Equus. Good to see you. Why are you being so eepy? I noticed you were MIA yesterday. I keep eeping before the stream starts. And I make sure to wake up before the stream starts, because obviously it would be a problem if I did not. I was snuggling up with the kitty right before stream. I was wondering if she was gonna occupy my time. Luckily, she did not. Oh, 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 oh. Emergency. Wait, no, that's technically where it's supposed to go. Okay, this is a little too close, but I'll have to figure it out. So we're actually doing cube today. No, not vanilla. There were some problems. I didn't really have anyone to like let me know if it was like actually affecting you guys or not. due to like a Factorio basically hogging like all of my CPU every time it generates a map, and the fact that warp drive does not show up in the recording. Well, that's good that it doesn't show up in the recording, but yeah, I was a little worried that it would show up live. Because yeah, OBS was telling me about it. The same issue I was having with Helldivers, but I don't know if there was an easy way for me to like throttle Factorio so it doesn't do that. Because I mean, obviously later in the game, later in a warp drive run, it won't be like every 10 minutes on the dot. But it's still a little frustrating given that like that's a core part of the mod. You know, wiping the surface clean and then regenerating an entirely new one. Okay, what's the problem here? I could probably shift this over. What about if I have a red? Yeah. I don't have any logic on these. Emergency. I guess we only do that if it's over. What does it need? 250? 500. If I find a good fix for it. What? Oh, it's over 500. If I find a good fix for it, then I'll continue with warp drive. But this seemed a little bit more stable to do. I did initially start today doing vanilla, but I decided that was a little less fun and switched to cube after not very long. Where's the cube? There's the cube. Okay, perfect. And let's get this all nice and sorted. It should only be enabled if it has over 500. Perfect. And then if that has... Ooh, wire cannot reach. It's okay. Oh, you know, I can... I forgot I can have it be connected to the poles. Right. And then we'll have to do center equal to. Uh, 500. Wait, no, what am I doing? This just needs to be on, regardless. And I need to put an offshoot for this that follows that logic. Okay, enable, disable, yeah, if less than 500. Okay, perfect, perfect. Cube automation. Oh, that's beautiful. Seeing a cube in action. I do need another synthesizer. Need some more circuits. Why are circuits not running? Because we don't have plastic. Of course. It's gonna be a work in progress. Oh shit, I need those circuits, no. I'll just have to get multiple synthesizers linked up back to back. But we're making progress. Hey, we almost have big power poles. The only limiting factor here is, yeah, the basic tech. And then we'll be able to make better matter here in a second. Grab these, get another synthesizer. Where's the cube? There it is. Sorry, cube. I need you. Alright, you can be free, my little cube. I'll get two. I probably don't need to, but the more the merrier. Well, we're also almost have 500 or 5 megawatts just passive consumption. I'd only need 30. I don't have any efficiency. Whatever. I guess I'll have to expand power generation here. This godforsaken monstrosity. It's not right. Ah, right, I'll need a space between them. Okay, basic contemplation card. Boop. 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 Oh, oh. I forgot something very important. Now, these don't make very many. I did it again. Whitelist. I need blacklist on these. Okay, those are on the wrong side of the belt. But we can work with that. There we go. Science. I'll just have to make gigantic complexes to like churn out tens of thousands of one thing in bulk. That way stuff can actually run properly while the cube is are journeying to other places. Of course, we'll also be able to get trains soon-ish. Let's see, calcium and stone. Okay, so crushing raw earth metals will get us that. Get some more stone so they don't have to manually refine it. Esselheim flasks. Oh, yes, bottled consciousness, very important. I will say I do very much enjoy the foundries from Space Age, but this Ultra, or the Crestorio art is, I like it. It's been ages since I've done Crestorio 2. I don't think it was one of my first streams, but one of my earlier Factorio streams, I did do a complete Crestorio 2 playthrough. We didn't do space exploration at the time, though, because I didn't realize that the two were compatible. Until after the fact, although if we did do space exploration, who knows if that run would have actually finished. Oh, big electric poles. That is not what I wanted to see. Book settings. Kinda just want the tiles. Okay, well, we can make matter replication gel. So ultra dense. All right, the ultra dense furnace. There's no getting away from burning the cube. So we get that. That gets us 4K gel. Needs steam, but we can just poach the steam from our power supply. Oh, it takes 8K steam and it outputs 2K. Okay. I could probably put a pump and a tank to ensure that it always takes from what it outputs. Same with the gel. Ah, that makes 2K steam. That's not even though. Because this needs 10 crafts, so that's going to be a total of 20,000 steam. Of course, if I just let it go ham, that's going to be a big problem. You know, how much science can these things even handle? 20 seconds a piece. I should probably get more synthesizers. What do we need for more synthesizers? More widgets. We're out of widgets. Oh, yeah, at least we're getting a decent stockpile of rare earth metals. Oh, you know, I might actually have to make some actual circuit conditions for these, because making sure that they can actually run is all well and good, but if they can't also output, that's going to be a problem. Synthesizer. Okay. Ah, I see. It's not fast enough to run, that's the problem. I don't have enough widgets. Well, hopefully this can grab it. I don't want to have to rejigger my progress. I didn't realize that had a problem with how I had it outputting. Let's see, let's make sure. Good, good, good. The widgets are flowing once more. Let's get another. I just have to make some more basic matter units by hand. Cube is interesting. You know, your main challenge is efficiently using the cube. As you can see, most of the basic blocks, so you don't have iron and copper and whatnot. Your basic thing is basic matter units, right? Which you can see takes the cube and it outputs the cube. Let me actually zoom in a little bit better for readability. Oh hell, you won't even really need to see the radar. I'll just stick with this. So yeah. It can also be made in these synthesizers or by hand, and these synthesizers you might notice. You might not notice because here we go. They take 50 megawatts to run. Now, that's not too big of a problem because obviously you can't have multiple cubes. There is only one cube. But yeah. There is some other stuff, like stone is used for bricks, and you mine stone, and then there are these rare earth metals from Crestorio that you use for a few things. But if I go up here, see if I'm getting another synthesizer made. It processes 500 rare earth metals or raw metals into 250. But you see it's a burner and it needs to burn the cube. But it doesn't output the cube. If I actually go to that other process here, you see it returns a fully used cube, but for the other ones, or the boiler, it does not. Instead, you have to reboot the cube, which also takes time and power, which is what these little stations do. But yeah, you just have to worry about getting it so that it's fully, you know, so that you're efficiently using it, and make sure things only grab the cube if they can actually use the cube. Because the cube getting stuck in a machine is going to be catastrophic. Generally, no. I don't know if like you put it in a chest and shoot it if you could lose the cube. There are a few ways to soft lock yourself, but that's kind of later in the game. Like there are crafting recipes where you have to deconstruct the cube, and you extract a bunch of materials from it, and then you have to put it back together. And if, you know, because the cube is broken, you can't use it. So if you don't have enough stuff stockpiled, materials to put it back together, as well as energy, you're just boned. And you're gonna have to reload a save. So at that point, you'll probably want to do a little bit of a save. Also, I don't think I've actually manually saved this. There is no enemies by default. I don't even know if you can turn them on. One small annoyance is something that I believe 2.0 added. I don't think it's a space age function. Is being able to connect wires to machines. You can't do that in Ultracube, which means figuring out if the cube can actually be inserted into a machine, like if it can be used, is a little bit more complicated. Yeah, later in the game you get a process where I don't recall the details, but yes, you can soft lock yourself. So you just have to make sure that you have enough components. And of course, if you want putting the cube together to go faster, well then that's gonna need you're gonna need a whole bunch of machines making the components, because I think it breaks it up into 1024 parts. And if you want to make sure that none of the parts get split up into machines and not be, you know, just sit there, you could just use one machine, but that'll go very slow. Of course, if you use more, then you need to make sure that each inserter only takes enough cube parts that can actually complete a process. That won't soft lock you. That just means you'll have to manually go to each machine and take out the broken up parts. But yeah, if you don't have enough components and power to put it back together, it's Jover. You know, I'm actually gonna stop science production for a second. It thankfully starts you off with a basic set of armor and 5 bots, although they are less necessary than in warp drive. You know, obviously having to tear down and rebuild a base every 10 minutes at the start of the game, you can very easily find out or figure out why one might need bots. But here, I mean, it's a nice quality of life, I guess. Of course, without space age and quality, you are limited to the basic capacity, but yeah, it works. Oh yeah, let me show you the boilers here. So yeah, I mean, not that you ever need multiple boilers working in tandem, because each boiler needs a cube and you can only burn 1 cube. You only have 1 cube to burn, but it still feels wrong having the fluid input outputs like this. Speaking of, I need some more steam engines. Double this baby up. copy it good enough. So how many do I need? $22. I can make enough. You need to start planning out for the better matter process. Also, when you have the cube in your inventory, you move a lot slower. Whether or not it's functional. So that's something to deal with. Which maybe need to start getting a bunch of stone bricks just to be able to move a little bit faster. Not that I am exclusively handcrafting with the cube anymore, but it's still nice. I gotta look a little better. It is a little bothersome that like sometimes you have grass and like bushes and stuff that show up through your stone bricks. But it's a little bit nicer. Okay, what is the holdup? Yeah, matter gel. Let's get started on that matter gel. Where is it? So it's made in an ultra dense furnace. We need basic matter units, 8K steam and water. We can poach steam and water from the power. I'll also need to get another furnace, which means some bricks and some more matter units. We have the bricks to spare. It also changes the storage, the capacity. You only have iron chests and they are 20. I mean, it's a little bit more annoying to bulk up on stuff. Storage tanks. Here we go. We'll just have this feed back into itself. Right, that's the one I want to do. That one. Enable if matter is, what did I even set it to? I don't know, like 6,000. They want you to just run one process for extended periods to have a stockpile. You kind of want to do that, right? But I think a way to do it is instead of, I mean, I haven't really ramped up yet, but you have multiple machines instead. And you run the cube, like, let's say through like 20 of these back to back, and then you offload it. And then they'll have their internal inventory full of a bunch of stuff. Just been a little tight on synthesizers right now. Also, we keep as we keep building more and more stuff, our basic power gen is getting a little bit more stretched. I not have? There we go. Ah. These aren't hooked up. I can fix that. I do wonder why it's only saying 30 megawatts. Oh no. Never mind. Disregard. Now we should be able to meet the demand for that whenever that ramps up. For it ends up making your production and consumption lines look very wibbly wobbly like this. Output full, yeah. Okay, let's get another synthesizer. Get some more matter. Let's just get these squished in here. Of course, no fast inserters. Let's take matter and engine units. What do engine units take? I think engine units take pipes and matter. Yeah, pipes and matter, so it's gonna be a long time before we can get a bot mall. But hey, we'll do this. And then instead of where'd it go? There it is. Right. Get that going. Now that's doubled up, and then we can output it back here. At least get us 2 cycles. But I need the ultra dense furnace, which just needs more basic matter. We might not even have enough stockpiled. We do have just barely enough stockpiled. Our science is in shambles. It seems so easy at the start. Alright, I don't have widgets. I might as well grab those widgets for myself. Ah, I didn't put an inserter here. Perfect. Oh, I already had a ultra dense furnace. Whoops. Well, do I have enough inventory to just rip all this up? This is going to be a much better process, much more efficient. Well, I have the technology. We shall make a new design. When do we get like more robots after advanced engines? Okay, so towards the later parts of our green science. Okay. Oh, let's should we disable that? Okay, so ultra dense furnace. We'll need to grab the cube off of that. We also need the recovery bay. Do I have an extra recovery bay? I can make one. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have myself a little bit of a stretch. Okie dokie. So, yeah, recovery bay. That there, so we can view here. So we get the ultra dense furnace right next to it. Now, I don't believe this will actually like try to grab anything else. Matter replication gel. Okay. So we'll get the cube in there. So I need to make sure that it can only take what it needs to. Pipe to grounds. How much? 10 max length. Okay. That's fine. Let's hook this up. We'll get that in there. You know what? I'll actually, what if I get with the steam? Okay, yeah. That works. That works. Let's go ahead and put that there. So now it has water. Then we just need to get steam hooked up. Okay. And then we'll have more matter gel. I probably should only have it. Oh, right. It needs freaking matter to go in. Should probably only have it output if there is, in fact, no replication gel to use. So, you know, just to be on the safe side. Out of replication gel equals. How much does it need? It generates 4,000. I think each cycle takes 400. So yeah, we'll say less than 400. 400. Perfect. Oh, and then it outputs water. Okay. I need a pump. I need 2 pumps. God, I was thinking about this earlier. Wait. Okay, so get that there, and then... We get this here. We'll only want the pump enabled if... Can I even hook it? I cannot connect it to a wire. Okie dokie. That's what the tanks are for. Okay, well, this is gonna get moved to the other side. Because that doesn't really matter what side it's on. Yay! Research! Earth refinement. That would be helpful. Well, these other ones do take significantly less. Yeah, we'll just go through based on order of how much they cost. Tar processing. Sand dilution. Dispose of sand by mixing it with water. Okay. Good to know. Right, so I will need this and this. And I will have to hook each up to the other one. I guess I only need to have the pump hook up if it's less than an amount. So I know the other ones will also need steam and water. Having it take the same thing, or having it output the same thing that it takes is a little bothersome, I must say. But we can solve this. We have the technology. I think we hook that up there. Yeah, perfect. And then we'll just have to get our pumps here. Whoops. Well, I guess that one doesn't really matter where it is. Enable if water something or other. I'll need to figure out a number. Oop, oop, oop. Too much. Okay, and then the water pipe. Ah. I didn't put a filter on it. So that needs 8K. So 8,000. And this process needs 2,000. Okay, well, that tank's already filled up, so hopefully that's fine. Now, next we need synthesizers for Timator. Are these all the same? They are the same size. Let's see, basic gel. What? Okay. So it takes steam and matter replication gel. Can that fit all the way over here? It can. Beautiful. And then I can just link them up that way. Power. Let's get that hooked up. Let's get that hooked up. All right, it needs the cube. Where's the cube? Cube. It's coming. How to get it over here? Oh, so this doesn't need the cube. Wait, no, it does need the cube. Ah, no, this is a multi-cube process. Oh, and of course I can't bridge the gap. Okay. Well, you need... I probably don't need pipe to... Well, I will need pipe to grounds. And then put the power pole there. Now I will need some more matter. It is exploding. It's been exploding this whole time. It even has a sound when it explodes. If we get that there. Perfect. Okay, now I just need to worry about offloading these. Let me get a space between them. So I can put the power poles here. And then, oh yes, and of course we'll need the cube in here. Then I'll have to run some basic matter units up. Let me organize this. Right. Even has this thing where it like kind of sounds like a train. It might be a little hard to hear, especially like with the game's music playing. Cube. Wait, I need something filtered for the cube. What? Use filters. Cube. There we go. The cube has been freed. I just have to worry about these. I'll put that there. And we will double this up. Let's remove that one. Let's get these. Maybe I don't need that one. Indeed. Okay, I need that one. Get these stored up, and I will need a splitter. I'm gonna need a priority output. Yeah, to ensure that this gets fed. It's not neat, but it is what it is. Okay. Let's hope everything works out fine. Where is the cube? Is stuck. I need to blacklist the cube. There we go. Well, that is a little bit better. I don't really have a way to stop it from getting stuck again in one of these processes. We'll just have to go ahead and keep doubling these up. Seems we're out of matter replication gel, but we have enough of everything else to get the cube past this hump. I wonder if we get more hand stack. Oh yeah, bulk inserters. That's what we'll need. Ooh, that's pretty far. Okay. Tar processing, I guess. Waiting for source items. So that makes some cube gel, which then gets sent down the line. I selected the wrong kind of cube. There we go. See, we test and make sure everything works. This will get absorbed by this. Make a shitload of matter. Make another shitload of matter. Then it'll be free to go back up here. Excellent. Go ahead and make some more storage tanks. It's a well-oiled machine. a well-oiled cube, even. Hmm. Ah, I see we've run into a problem. Well, we've already started one. But now, there is too much metal. Okay, so that grabs it if there's not enough to start it. I'm gonna need processes to, or circuit conditions. Okay. To make sure that it can actually output. Just between each one, I'll have to have something for... yeah, we'll need decider combinators. I might be able to just do it with a single decider combinator. I don't think I need anything too complicated. Let's find out. Okay, let's go ahead and get the decider. Are these an even amount? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. Okay. Well. They do have red and green. Okay, okay, okay. All right, I can carry multiple signals on the same thing. How much does it output? 250. So it's currently at 8K. Conditions. Well, yeah, we'll just... Can I not add a... Oh, wait. Green. Or, is... Let's do like 11,000. Wait, no. Because we're gonna have this be deciding to output it on the belt if... Well, let me think about how this needs to be set up. This is gonna be, yeah, we have over 500 raw earth metals. And less than 7,500. Okay. Can I thought there was a way to like completely disconnect it from the circuit network. I cannot reach. Well, then what is it connected to? Okay. And we'll output this here. Output conditions 1. Enabled if we have a 1. Okay, and then this I'm gonna have oh my god, my circuit networks are so terrible. Okay. Else. Can I add an else output? We'll use one for advance. No, I don't think I can add an else. I could probably connect it to the same, and if it doesn't detect a 1, so it equals not 1. Yeah. Enable if 1 equals not. Clearly, I'm misunderstanding something. Equals not 1. I'd figure if the signal is just missing. I did set that to be, there we go, outputs 1. If it outputs a value of 1, but it's not outputting a value of 1. So if the 1 is missing, this is not how that works. I'm pretty sure I could make an else gate if I just use more combinators. I've never really messed with combinators too in depth. Everything, anything. No. Wait, no, if 1 equal, what about if 1 equals 0? If I do, if 1 equals, no, if 1 doesn't equal 1. We'll have to see. Actually, I don't even need to wait for the cube to come back. Just go ahead and control behavior. Okay. Circuit network. I don't see it outputting. You know, because if I'm outputting a constant, I'm not outputting a signal 1. Disable the control behavior. Okay, that's the problem. See how specific I can get over simple things are as simple as ships in Star Sector. Factorio drives me insane. Yeah, I generally don't deal with circuit networks too much, but... Oh, I can't set a constant. Okay. It's kind of needed. Output 1. There we go. What about this? It still says target full, but now it's outputting a 1. Okay. So that's waiting for, wait, that shouldn't be waiting for source items. That's disabled. I'd have to go read a circuit. As long as this is enabled and this is disabled, but it's not. There we go. We'll stand in one spot watching a simple loop manufacture things, tweaking until it's absolutely perfect, only to break it down and start over less than 20 minutes later because demand's increased. I usually prefer to build new things, but yeah, given that this whole mod is based around a single item that you build everything from, you obviously have to control the input and outputs, and you can't just like, lazy about it's a waiting, disabled, and if I take that, that should be disabled, that should be waiting. Perfect. I think I got it. This is a huge fucking mess, but I can workshop it later. There's a mod that I like to use called Editor Extensions. That's basically lets you load into a map, like just an empty map with God mode and whatnot, so you can kind of like work on hyper specific designs and make sure that everything works properly without, you know, running out the clock a whole bunch. I know I've basically been sitting here for half an hour trying to figure out how signals work. But well, that should just work regardless. Because I don't have something else. Yeah, I have it. Let me go ahead and have that, but have that be disabled. And that's gonna have to be on its own separate network. Okay. These aren't connected. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see how it runs through. Oh, I didn't fucking set up anything for this. Yeah, you know, I do like playing Factorio in multiplayer, and usually what I'll do is we'll have everybody like kind of work on like a separate project, you know, have like one person say go set up like power, another person go set up like circuits and whatnot. That way people can, you know, kind of do their own thing while still contributing to the factory. You know, usually I'm not really good at building buses. Luckily I don't think Ultracube is really a mod where a bus could come in handy, but yeah, you know, we just have people build their own things and then connect it to the bus. Okay, so that needs the same logic as here, which means I need to move this whole thing down. That's signal 1. I could also just have a check signal. You know what? I'll do the check. The check looks nicer. And yep, if the check shows up, then everything's working. Functionally, nothing changed, but it'll be a little bit more readable for me. Where is the cube? Oh, okay, yeah, it's still moving. It's still moving. We're golden. Having differences with other people won't make sure that I can't move ahead until it's exactly how I want it. Yeah, but I mean, I guess I can see how that might be a little paralyzing in Factorio when your needs are going to be constantly evolving over time. I do get really bothered about people ripping down production that's already set up instead of just building a new production for something. Because that 100% of the time leads to us just not having anything that's reliant on that. Whereas if you just set up a new production line and fiddle with that instead, at least something keeps going. And it's something I am a little guilty of myself. I try to be better about it because, like, it's no fun if you only have like one production block making something and it gets taken down and then you have none production block making that thing. Unknown key. I've noticed that on a few things in this mod. But hey, I have a more functional furnace production. I don't think I've been guilty of that so far in this run. I was fiddling with this very specifically because it was not going. It was holding onto the cube, and that is a very critical error to have. I know these aren't quite set up properly to not permanently hold on to the cube. So I'll probably need some more decider combinators to get this going. What do I even want the conditions to be? There's gotta be enough room for the matter. These are in need of an upgrade, so I like to build a second next to it. I make something constantly. I want to make small changes, tweaks, adjustments. Not be able to move on making the new production block. Yeah, I mean, I can get that. I'd say maybe things might be a little bit easier for you in a game like Shapes, where it's basically free to build stuff almost. You know, all the basic things that don't require anything to build, you just plop them down. Because I know sometimes I might requisition things in progress if I just don't have enough materials to use, but yeah. Shapes is fun. Because things are smaller scale and easier to completely just change. Yeah, that too. Well, you do need a lot of production in Shapes, but I've not gotten like, I don't know, 10 hours or so in Shapes. I don't have Shapes 2, but I've not finished the first one, so I'm not too worried about it. Let's see. Output full. Aha. The problem I was worried about. You know, one problem with this is just not having enough throughput, which that's a little bit harder to detect. If I can't just directly read the machine's contents. I mean, I could space these out and have them output on the middle instead. That would give me more sides for inserters. But I also think maybe it's a good place to stop for the evening. Make sure I save. My throat's getting a wee bit scratchy, so yeah, I'm happy with the progress that we got. Of course, there's still some critical errors, but I'll have to workshop some ways to fix it. You know what I really need are like, water doesn't help so much. I need like, I think tea and honey. I've heard that helps a lot. But I have had a sip of ice cold water. And let's see what's going on. Mint tea and honey? Yes, I have heard that exact suggestion before. I neither have mint tea nor honey though. Hydrate more regular, that would help. Once it's scratchy, it's too late. Yeah, I mean, I do be sipping water pretty regularly, but yeah, it tends to get like that when I be yapping for hours on end. I'll see if I can't use editor extensions to maybe workshop some better designs so I can spend less time futzing around with circuit networks. But let's see. Alley's streaming Oxygen not included, which is kind of related. You know, you got some automation processes in that game. I see Snail is doing Dwarf Fortress. Who to go say hello to? I did raid Snail last night, so we'll go onwards to Alley and see Oxygen not included. That is something that I would like to play in the future on the channel. Of course, we just started Factorio and we still have our RimWorld save. And I'm also thinking about, excuse me, about mixing in maybe spooky games on Saturday. But we'll see tomorrow if we have any spooks happening for spooky Saturday. Oh yeah, thanks for joining me on this lovely Factorio Friday, everyone. I hope you all enjoy the rest of your evening, and I hope to catch you tomorrow. Fall if you want to see more. We'll be doing Factorio every Thursday and Friday. We'll be doing RimWorld Monday and Tuesdays. And yeah, maybe Spookies on Saturdays or mystery games. Who knows? Okay, let's go say hello to Allie to end off the night.